How we doing? I forgot that I push a button and it instantly comes on now instead of having the Q buttons. How are we all doing? How are we all doing today? I think Tim was in first morning. And we got Aaron popped in. Wenlock probably won't be with us. So thanks for dropping in, Wenlock. Hopefully you do the catch up tomorrow. Martin's in. Hi, Martin. I think he's maybe joining later. Benji's in. Just getting lunch. Derek Cooper. Hi, Derek. Joe's in. Matambly. It's actually 26 here at the moment. Luckily, it's not that hot indoors. That's the outdoor temperature. Chris is in. Hi, Chris. Hi, Nick. Rob's radio channel member for 31 months. I don't know how that keeps coming up. I don't know. How are you, Rob? Tim's back in. Super chat from Rob. Thank you, Rob. Thinks it could be a ribbon cable come loose. Well, you'd think there'd be something on the display, even if the ribbon cable had come out. But you never know, Rob. You never know, mate. Bob's in. Hi, Bob. Well, the electrons are falling out. Yeah, something's falling out. Chris, Mr. Chris Milky, how are you? I appreciate every radio I've sent you. You're welcome, mate. I do try and send you some good stuff. Multi's in, and Ricardo. Tom and Susie, JJ. Hi, JJ. Don's in. Don's doing a late stint. How you doing, Don? Right, I think I've got everybody for the time being. So yeah, this radio, I bought this back earlier part of the year, really. It sort of came up on eBay and I thought, wow, you know, I wouldn't mind another one of those if it's a good enough price. It looked quite good condition, and it did come with the original cloth case as well, leatherette case. So I thought, well, we'll give it a go. And I've gone and left the radio over here. Look, excuse me when I go and get it. I took a picture of it this morning and left it over on the desk. But yeah, nice radios these. As I say, I did repair one of these quite some time ago that Les let me have. That turned out to be battery damage, and redone a few solder connections, not solder connections, but a few traces. Repaired a few traces, and away it went. So I'm hoping this is going to be the same, really, but I just don't know, really. Let's have a look at it. So there it is. It's a bit shiny, so it is blowing the camera out a little bit. Still got a picture-in-picture button for it, for this. Afternoon, Derek. Let's just zoom you out a little bit. So yeah, I don't know what the best angle for this is going to be. Sort of like that, maybe. Yeah, that angle seems to work a bit better. There we are. Okay. So yeah, we did try this. We didn't try this, and I have somewhere got here a power supply now. So I've unplugged that to plug my... Yeah, okay, I'm not sure what's plugged into that. What's plugged into that? Oh, the light. That's the microscope. It's going to have to be the battery charger then. Because we don't want to unplug the on-air sign, do we? Let's plug this in. So we have tried this before and it was absolutely dead. I've done nothing to it. Literally, I thought I'll crack it out and we'll have a quick look at it today. So, I think that page is permanently lit anyway. It's well looked after, wouldn't be much wrong. Thanks, Rob. Thank you, Rob. So let's push a button. As you can see, absolutely nothing. Double check the power supply. I know this works because I've been trying to fix the SW77, but without much joy. Remember last week's SW77? Yeah, 6.6 volts. Last week's SW77. Wow. Got it all done, all finished, back together. Switched it on, working lovely. Till I turned to FM. It's got absolutely no FM on it. So there were some really badly corroded transistors which I had to take off the board because they were really bad. I took them off the board and I had to fix 4 traces on the board where the electrolyte had just eaten away the tracks on the PCB. I literally spent a couple hours sorting it all, put it all back together. Didn't work. So I think possibly one of those has gone pop because they took a fair bit of cleaning. Right, anyway, getting back to this one then. Bit dusty. Yeah, nothing. So we're going to have to take it apart, find out what's going on. I will try and connect it up to the power supply just to see if we can see if it's drawn any current. So I don't know what it could be. I mean, there is a protection diode in this. I've got the service manual up, so it has got a protection diode in it. Now, it's a long time since I've had one of these apart. But, you know, how difficult can it be? David, how you doing, mate? He's in. And Jess. Hi, Jess. So, yeah, I've still got the Dan set to finish off. Now, are they Japanese screws or are they just normal Phillips? Don't know, pass, they're about the same. Oh, that's unusual. That screw there was undone. Has somebody been in this, I wonder? Doesn't sort of look molested. Yeah, see, these screws are quite loose. We might be finding something a bit nasty in here. I think this one's... Yeah, see, that screw is literally loose. Someone's been in this. Oh dear. Have I bought a lemon? Yeah, okay. That's unusual. I don't think I took it apart last time, did I? Ooh, okay, so we have got some... Or maybe I did take it apart and have a look at the board. I don't know. But we have got some battery damage straight away, which I think we did see last time when I had it, and that is on the terminal here. On this one, let me just zoom you in. Let me just zoom you into that nastiness, look. So we've got some nasty there. So it's never usually just there. It's normally spread onto the board. But where? Where, oh where. Now I think on the last one there was tracks actually underneath the board here that had eaten through. It doesn't look too bad on the top. The microscope is working again now. I don't know whether someone's been in here or not, you know. I can't see any obvious signs of tinkering. If someone has been in here, they've done a nice job and just been in and out and not messed with it. Let's try and lift it out of its resting place. Now, pretty sure they just come out, these. They're always a little bit tricky. There we go. Anything obvious in here? Doesn't look like it. Again, looks unmolested. And build quality not as good as the 2001D and 77, but these don't suffer with the problems with the electrolytics, so we don't need to mess with those. Okay. And I don't believe there is ribbon cables in this, Rob, unless you know different. Oh yeah, there is one ribbon cable, yeah, connecting the two boards together. Let's pop the speaker out, just have a look, see if we can see anything underneath that. If it'll come out. Come on. It doesn't want to, does it? Go on. Should be enough to just angle it out of the way. Okay, not seeing a lot of issues there, and the ribbon cable is not one of those really horrible ones. Looks to be in pretty straight. It's just one of the more modern push-in ones, so I don't think there's going to be an issue with that. The capacitor sort of looks a little bit suspect there. Okay, so far no visible signs of a problem. So let me have a look here. We can connect to our positive and negative here and fire it up with the battery supply. Let's do that. Let me find a decent lead. Let me think. Somewhere I've got a decent lead here with battery terminals and clip leads. There we go. That'll do us. Yeah, this one's got a couple of these little clip leads on the bottom. Little hook grabbers. So it definitely look like we got a bit of the old nasty on here. So 6-volt radio. Let's take a current limit down just in case. Positive. That's one drawback of these leads, they are cheap. Negative. Now it could be something as simple as the tactile switch, couldn't it? Again, unlikely, being it's a modern radio, but not drawing any current at all, so that sort of says that it's not getting past the first part of the circuit. So let's have a look at the schematic then next. It could be that someone, I mean, reverse polarity shouldn't pop one of these because it has got a diode on it. It should just not work. Too high a voltage could be a problem. I suppose if they did chuck a high voltage supply on it with high current, it could be an issue. JJ, thanks very much, mate. Appreciated. Gavin, how you doing, mate? Lock switch. There isn't a lock switch on these. You know, not like the other ones where you've got to like push a button down and all the rest of it. You know, literally here you've got a hold button, but that just holds, stops you pushing any of the other buttons, and that is definitely in the off position. So first of all, I think we need to find the voltage regulator to see if we've got anything coming off of that or going to it, because that's a bit of an issue. I mean, what's the betting that's underneath the board? Let's get the circuit up a minute then. Okay, let's have a look. Where are we? Where are we? Here. So I'm hoping this is something nice and simple. You can all have an early afternoon. And I can go and have a sleep on the sofa. How about that? Okay. Screen. DC in, batteries, 6 volts, in through a transistor, which is a B+ switch. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful things going on here. Switching something for up here, VCC on the power amp. But we've got IC204, which is an LA5003M. Now I've replaced a lot of these. You know, my bets on this one failed. So let's have a look to see if we've got 5.5 volts on this side of it. So 7865, and we should have 3 volts coming out of pin 2. Looks like we've got some sort of filter here on pin 4 through a capacitor back to there. Just a sort of ripple filter or something like that, I expect. So where is IC204? Let's have a look. Mainboard conductor side, IC204 is down the bottom here. I can see it. Right, okay, so pin 1 is there. 4, 8 to 5. All right. Let me just orientate my board the same way round as that one then. Up to 6. Right, let's get you to where that is on there. I'll switch you back over to the other camera then. So we are looking at here. Yes, we are. So IC204 is this one here. with our voltage regulator. So we should be having, let me have a look at my, I've printed out the manual earlier, so this is on, I can't remember where I got it now, Radioamateur.eu. Cracking manual this is, absolutely looks like the actual factory manual. It's really good. Right, so that's that, and so it looks like pin 7 is our input and pin 2 is our output. So I'll say pins 5 to 8 are all on the same rail anyway. So that's on this side, and pin 2 is the output. So let's check the input first. Let me get my meter in shot as well, if I can. Where are you going to see that? You're going to be in front of the camera. Where are we? There we go. So let's find a ground point. Well, we can go right there, can't we? So this is our input here, so we should have voltage here. Oh. 0.6 of a volt. 0.6 of a volt. Let's just find another ground just to make sure there's not anything dodgy in this area. 0.6 of a volt, so therefore we've got nothing coming out, which is correct. So our voltage is not reaching our regulator. 0.6. Not good. Okay. Let's go back to our schematic again. Where is it going to be? Is it the diode? So we've got nothing here at all on this line, so let's go back to this transistor, shall we? Or should we come straight back to this diode? Let's work our way backwards. So it looks like we've got this transistor's next in line. Which is Q225 to SB815. So where the hell is that? Q225, 224, 225. I found it. Okay. I found it. Q225 is basically down here. Let's just have a look at the voltage. I'm not sure which pin is which at the moment, but we should have 5.5, 5.3 and 6 around that. Five point five, 6. What was the other one? 5.3. Okay. Well, we've not got that. So we've got about 0.65, which is roughly what we've got coming out of here. 0.63. We go there. Hang on. That's me touching something, I think. So let me just have a look at the board layout then, just to see where what pin is what. if it goes into that detail, which I'm hoping it does. What's the it doesn't. Yes, it does. Okay, so that's the collector has got low voltage on it. That's the collector. That's collector, emitter base. Okay, so we've actually got three. Let's just check the preamp power amp then. IC203, is that on this side of the board? 202, 204. No, it's not. Well, it might be, but it might be underneath this shield. Hey? What? Okay. Well, strangely, the radio sprang into life there. What's going on? Okay, we've got an intermittent connection here somewhere, I think, haven't we? What is going on here? Well, probing around that Q225 seems to have sprung it into life. What is going on? What is going on? Ben, how you doing? Break it again. How about that for a repair then? Instant, isn't it? So I think what we need to do is we need to have a look at the other side of this board. I think we'll have a look around the area of those components a minute with a microscope, because the microscope is working again today. How about that? I've got it going. So let's just have a look in the area for those Q224, 222, 223. That's all the sort of switching for the power supply. So let's get the microscope fired up. Just have a look, make sure there's no corrosion or anything slightly dodgy in that area. Right, let's get the microscope on the screen. So I'm sort of zoomed right in as is usual. I don't see any issues there. I mean, you can see Q225. Well, that is the one that had no voltage on the collector just now, where there should have been So the collector is that point there. That's where I was probing. Nothing. These two had voltages on them, but nothing on the collector. So it goes down through that. Doesn't appear to be any corrosion there. Just looking to see if there's anything down around this area that could cause it. So you can see we've got a little bit of corrosion creeping in here. This looks very dull, but then it's lead-free solder, so that's not unusual. Is there anything else around here that looks dodgy? How bizarre. And that's the voltage regulator we were looking at. So this is the input, this is the output through here. So we should have our 3 volts on that pad, which we didn't. We had the same voltage as was on the collector of that one. Yeah, interesting. So as I say, I can't really see any corrosion on the board, which is quite nice. Certainly got corrosion here on this lot. I just wonder whether it's crept underneath the board. Just a little tiny bit there. Any wires in that area that could have got a bit of muck down through them? Not really. These are just our ground points linking one side to the other. Again, it'd be unusual for all of those to be gone. Maybe I shocked it. I mean, that's a technique that Les used, shocked a transistor back into working. Maybe this one is a bit dodgy, and me probing it while it was live maybe just shocked it into working. I don't know. How strange. Right, okay. Let's pop this side of the board off and have a look. Bill, how you doing, mate? Dids is in. Afternoon, Dids. You got to go to bed. Cheers, David. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Yeah, so let's see if we can pop this board off. Now I'm trying to think what we've got to do on this. Have we got to desolder these, or do these slide out? I believe they slide out. It's a long time since I took one of these apart. I could look at the service manual, but that'd be cheating, wouldn't it? Yeah, they just come out that. Yeah, they're just going to come out complete with all the gubbins. So I need to pop the what am I trying to say here? What are you trying to say, Graham? I need to pop the speaker terminals off. That's strange it came back to life like that, isn't it? How bizarre. But you know, that's the joy of radios. But say, if I ever want to sell this on, I need to make sure that that fault is not going to come back and bite us in the backside, because you don't want to sell something and then it fail the next day, do you? Plus you don't want any comeback from anybody saying that it doesn't work. Not that that happens, to be fair. Very few radios get returned. They do get returned, you know. But I would probably say about maybe 1-2% comes back, and some I actually ask back. Right, let's just pop the ferrite wires off. Do I need to take that off? Yeah, I do. Yeah. natural black. So don't think this has been taken apart before, unless because someone's put like black marks on the solder point. So as soon as you run the solder, it removes the black marks, so you know it's been taken off. So it looks like the positive wire is the one with the red on it for the speaker. Now, can I get that off without taking that ribbon cable? I don't know. No, so it looks like I've got to pull this ribbon cable. There we are. And it's looking just as spotless underneath here as it did on top. What is going on? Pass. So it looks perfect. I can't see any corrosion off. Wow, there's a little tiny bit of spotting on the top of that can there, but apart from that, pretty good. There's a very weird looking capacitor down here though, which these SMD electrolytics should sort of be pretty flush to the board, but there's one there that definitely isn't. Let's just have a look at the connections here. You're not going to see very well, to be fair, but it's all very big on the microscope because I can't seem to get some. Let's just take me off the screen a minute. I just can't seem to get it to zoom out any further. Don't know if you've got any electrolyte leaking out of those. None of the jack plugs look corroded. Can't see any corrosion on the tracks. Could it be something simple like a dodgy switch in the power supply? In the power socket, that would do it. There's a little bit of sort of haze around there, but that's more likely flux or dust. You know, there's a bit of corrosion on the top there, a little bit of corrosion there, but nothing that I can see there that would be causing any issues. As I say, this is the capacitor that looks a bit funky. See what I mean? It looks as if it's sort of taken off on the board, but it's in wax, and the wax has not been disturbed, unless it's got really hot and remelted, I suppose. But it does look a bit dodgy, that one, doesn't it? Looking at the others, they are on sort of legs. So that could easily just be pushed over. Yeah, I don't think that's our issue. So yeah, they're weird. They're not surface mount caps, but they've got radial legs on them. bit different. As I say, I think this is quite a bit more modern. They didn't really stop making these until recently. So I'm a bit sort of lost for what could be wrong there. As I say, could be something in this power DC jack. I mean, let's see if I can see, if I get the microscope up a bit higher, I might be able to see. I mean, the pin looks nice and shiny. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any corrosion in there, so yeah, strange. I don't know. I just said about the switch, Rob. Reformed the capacitors with my magic finger. I'm going to skip to the loo a minute, but I'll be back shortly. If you can all work out what's gone wrong with that, that'd be great. I'm long. I'll be back. Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, that, isn't it? Could be that there's that transistor's just on the brink. I don't know. Just touching it, maybe if added a bit of capacitance and kicked it back into life. Strange. Right, I won't be long. sussed out what it is, because I don't know. I was confident then when I didn't have any voltages, you know, that it was right on track, but what's it to be? Circle of death? Dry joint, dodgy cap, reflow the joints around the transistor, circle of death. What type of diode is on the B plus side by the jack? That 4 voltage drop of 0.622 was interesting. I think it should still check it. Schottky diodes or shotty diodes. I'll catch you soon, Tom and Susie. There's definitely something wrong with it, but we don't know what. We've definitely got some corrosion on the legs there, on the battery terminals. Let me just have a quick look just in that area. Now the board's out on the microscope. I'm getting a bit closer. Well, I don't know if you can see, let me just pop you onto the microscope again. So I'm just looking at the D205. We have got a bit of corrosion around that, so we can see that's the positive terminal there. So D205. What is that doing? So we've got a bit of corrosion around that. I mean, it's not mad, to be honest. Doesn't look to have damaged the tracks or got the solder really. You can see it's sort of like a crystalline substance, and all that black stuff is there. Don't know. But this is the area where we've got a little bit of corrosion. So you see there's a little bit there on the board underneath that wire. Pretty much a bit of isopropyl and a stiff brush will get rid of most of that. It looks like it's got conformal coating on it. There's a little bit of corrosion there. Was that just... Yeah, I don't know if that dark green is corrosion or not. I really don't know. Let's see if I can get a better angle on that. No. That looks alright. I mean, that's not going to cause anything, that's just the ground plane. I mean, there's grounds all over this thing, it's sort of stitched through everywhere. That's conformal coating there, that's quite, it's not anything leaked onto the board, it's not wet, it's just shiny. Little tiny ball of solder there. Things don't get cleaned off completely, do they? Thing is, you wouldn't notice that unless you're looking at it under the microscope though, would you? It's actually in the conformal coating, that one, that. Lots of them. There's another little one there, that under the conformal coating. Not going to hurt, to be fair. Yeah, so you can see where the battery acid is ate away at the conformal coating. So it's sort of like melted the conformal coating in this area all the way. Interesting. Yeah, so the only real corrosion is here. Just need to scrape that away probably. So we'll give this a once over with some vinegar, I think, first, and then some isopropyl to sort it out, and then just reflow some joints. That's about all we can do, really. Recap it, put it back together. I don't think we need to recap it. Let's just have a look at the diodes. Don't usually go sort of halfway, they just either fail or they're okay. So there is, let's have a look, because our positive, so C274. I'm just looking at capacitors in this area. C274 is potentially bad, possibly. They're both on the other side of the board. C245 in that area, but where's the schematic? What have we got in this area that would cause a problem? 274. C274, definitely, if that one was getting a bit dodgy, then that might cause that, because that's right in that area, and me sort of touching it with a meter could have put a bit of capacitance maybe on this, I don't know. Clutching at straws, and 269, 272, that's down on the output side. So I think we need to check out 274. So where is 274? Is it that one that I saw just now? Yeah, it is that one there on the other side of the board. Yeah, just here. Just there. So let's pop that one out and see what the capacitance and ESR is of it. Martin, you back again, mate? You're renovating the kitchen. Yeah, it is fairly close to it, isn't it? D207 is the Zener diode. Not sure. Let's have a look. D207. That's the one right on the bottom there. Oh, it looks okay, but you know. Have a quick look with the micro. D207. Looks okay, but it's in the area of corrosion. So let's pop the capacitor out a minute for a look. One and 4110 is a Zener. Flash flood, look at that. Intimate for cap bingo. Yeah, it could be. We have got a cap bingo situation on our hands. So it is that one there. It could have got a bit of corrosion. It doesn't look to be leaking, but you just never know, do you? I'm going to do this without burning all the wires. Come on. Okay, it just dropped out, so there we are. Yeah, I can work out which way around that goes. So we have a 10 microfarad at 10 volts then. What do you think it's going to be? Let's get the capacitor bingo going. Ten at 10, eyes down looking. What do you think? While you're having a guess at that, I'm going to go and grab the vinegar. So 10 microfarads, 10 volts. It's got the old vinegar. Other brands are available. I'm going to need to douse the get a pot to put it in. Going to need to douse the spring in it, because that's the worst bit. Fizzy fizzy. In this area of the board. Having chips with the vinegar. Thank you, Rob. It does make you want chips, to be fair. So what do you think? Is this a problem capacitor, or are we barking up the wrong tree? Make sure we get all of this muck off of here and then neutralize it with isopropyl. I'm going to just paint a bit along here as well, just in case. It does tend to creep a little bit. It does smell like a chippy in here now. Fish and chip dinner. What's the other side of the board like? Doesn't appear to be any corrosion on this side at all, but give it a little going around. We're putting some switch cleaner in the power switch as well. Just let that do its thing. In the power socket, I mean. I'm going to put vinegar in that. Right, should we push a button if you want to guess? Everybody had a guess at the capacitance of that one? If not, place your bets now. I'm going to push a button. 10 microfarads. What do you think it's going to be? Let's put a little bit on there as well. Right, let's do it then. Oh, wow, 5.2 ohms ESR. That, saying that, it's a miniature cap. They don't tend to have a very high ESR, but it did do a little beep, didn't it? Get another one out. Oh, huh. I haven't got any 10s. Why haven't I got any 10s then? Come on, Graham, you must have got some 10s. Where's my 10s gone? Now, I have ordered a load of these miniature caps in. Now, I wonder where the hell I've put them is the next question. Because I will definitely have some 10s. Oh, that's great, isn't it? Where's my 10s gone? Who was closest to that then? Derek, was it? Benji 11. Derek was 9, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it may be just cause that little tiny fraction of an issue. I don't know. I mean, it's acting as a bit of a resistor. Maybe my finger across it just kicked it where. Well, there's only a few places, but they are spread around. Where do we put them? Somewhere I've got like a cardboard box with a load of bits and pieces that have come in recently in it. I've got everything pulled out of my room again at the moment because we've got the broadband coming in on Tuesday, fibre. I'm sure you all heard me mention it last week, but yeah, fibre broadband is coming to town. What the hell have I done with those then, Graham? What are you up to? I came across these the other day, these caps that I'm after now, and I thought, oh, I must put them to one side and get containers. And what I do? Just ignored. I ignored myself. It's the same minute. Whenever you want it, you can't find it. Sod's law, isn't it? When you need something, it's not to hand. You find it all the time. Well, get that box off the bed. I don't know what I've done with that. It's probably actually sat here on my desk, I expect. Some bits here. Sounds like it's National Strimming Day today. Some bits in there, but I don't think any of that is it. I mean, we might be able to just put a normal 10 volt in there and lay it down. There's not usually much space in these radios. Now, where did I put all my bits to put away? This is where it is, in my bits to put away section. But I haven't put them away, have I? I need these because I've got to recap Clint's radio soon, and I thought, well, I've got loads of those caps here. Let's fix the mic next. What's wrong with the mic? I'm probably rubbing it against my chin, am I? Is there an issue with the mic? This wire here, ready? Is that making it crackle? Looks like it is, isn't it? This bit. Look, we'll try and fix one thing at a time, people. I'll try not to touch it for a minute. It's going mad now. I've moved it, isn't it? Zappy, zap, zappity, zap. Still, no, I need to resolder it, Don. I just got to try not to move, and that'll be fine. Right, 10 microfarad. Where are you, 10 microfarads? I'm gonna have to go into I've only got 10s at 50 volts left. Hang on, what are these? I've got some miniature ones there. Oh, they might work. They are 50 volt, mind you. Hold very still. How's that? If I don't move, it's fine. Now, can I lay that down, I wonder? Would it be small enough to not be an issue? No. So what is in that area? Yeah, I can lay that one down. Right, so let's have a look at what a new cap is then. Anybody want to guess the ESR of this new Panasonic FC 10 at 50 volts? Good now, don't move. Brand new Panasonic then, 10 at 50 volts. DPD lorry using our driveway. I need to get, I've got one of these, look. Still cold. Better get them open, on my. Maybe that'll help. Two ohms. It's got vinegar all over my hand. Let's get rid of that vinegar with some isopropyl. Let's not let it go into that. Right, let's push a button on this one, see what this one's doing then. 2.4. Aaron's 2. Ricardo's 2. 2.5 Dawn. Right, let's put this one in. So I say I can lay it down and it will fit in. I've just tried it against the case. So let's put a little bit of flux down. Strange, some corrosion sort of jumped up there. Now I've put that vinegar on. Alright, I don't want to solder. What's going on there then? That's better. Maybe the vinegar. I've cleaned it all off though. Let's make sure that looks okay. Doesn't look great actually, but there's not a lot of trace left there. Maybe that was a bit corroded. Okay. Just snip the ends off and I'm going to just put a bit more solder on that. Not solder, I'm just going to reheat it again with a bit more flux just to make 100% sure. Get off, what's that on the end of there? Maybe my desoldering tool knocked a bit of the trace there. That's more likely. No, literally there's next to no trace there. How bizarre. Maybe that could have been the problem then. Perhaps we had a dodgy trace on that capacitor. If I flood it with solder, I think it's going to bridge it, but I might have to put a little link in there. Yeah, that's got it. Let's give that a squirt of isopropyl. Right, I don't know if it's worth popping the other one out as well. So my light's got a dodgy connection as well now. Yeah, no, it's worth popping that other capacitor out as well. It's another 10 though, and it's not in the same part of the circuit as that one. Looks like I missed there. Silver conductive paint. Yes, I have, Aaron. But we're okay on that trace now, so it was, I've managed to solder it across. I will double check with the multimeter that we got continuity, but yeah, didn't look great there. Right, just double check with this one that we have got continuity there. I'm sure we have. I got dodgy leads in my, this is the problem. Starting to get, some of this stuff starting to get a bit old and tired now. My leads being one of them. Thank you. Let's try that again. Where are we? There to there. Yeah. All good. Yeah, I'm sort of finding areas here that have got like a powdery, whether that's caused by the reaction with the flux or the solder, I don't know. Let's reflow some of these then. Let's get you in a bit closer. So let's reflow those transistors in that area. So it's this one. This one's in that circuit as well. So is Q222, 223. So I'm going to just redo those four. I'm going to use a microscope to do it. You can have a look through the microscope if you want. That's a bit of a funny. And then we can maybe have a look at sorting out my microphone in a minute. I don't know how many of these you're going to see, but you know, you can't really see any of them, can you? If I zoom back out a bit. You can sort of see them now, can't you? Those three just there. So I put some fresh flux on there. Just going to run some solder in. Can't find that little bit that I just know, so let's break another bit off. One, two, three. They're going slightly dull because it is, oh, that's actually not. It's not really a. There we go, that's those done. Anything else here? They look fine. Let's just reflow that diode down here. Yeah, see, it's got this sort of like haziness over it now. Gonna have to put some flux on that lot. Just tin the solder tip, and I'm just going to go in and touch them. There we go. And this is the power switch connections as well. The jack plug, that that is. Let's give them a little bit of a reflow while we're in here. I'm not going to touch these because they'll drop. And that's done. That's the aerial. That'll do us, a bit blobby there. Nicer. Okay. I think that'll do us. I need to fill up my thing. How's the microphone? Is it still scratchy? Got to reboot. Can never get this in the tub properly. Not bad. See, I'll use a big thing of isopropyl and just put it into the little RS squirty bottle. Some squirt myself. Some people use the little mister bottles. I quite like that idea for boards. Better coverage, probably not as much wastage. Well, let's get in and give that another good scrub rub. And over there, we've just done those joints. Okay. Let's give the old power jack a little squirt as well, make sure that that's got nothing in it. Bit of a dry off. Bit of deoxit in there. Bit of deoxit in the old power switch. Let's just pull that a second. Just going to work that in and out with the and that should be good. Let's put it back together and see if it still works. Famous last words. Oh, we've got to get rid of this corrosion as well. I forgot about that. Let's plaster some of that in there. Fizzing up nicely. Oh, it really is fizzing up that. There's loads of it in there. Can you see it? It's like really fizzing. There's like a crustiness here that has been caused as well. So we don't want to leave any more battery acid in that area because it'll only spread. Don't know what that muck there is, whether it's melted a battery label at some stage, I don't know. Is that a solid lump of it? Whoa, that's a solid lump of battery acid in there. I wonder why it's fizzing so much. Oh, well, that's just dropped off anyway, look. I think there's a paper label in there at one stage and it's just got mushed by the battery acid. Right, let's get rid of the vinegar. I killed the mic altogether, then dragged it off the table. Of course, it's normally in my pocket, but I got it on the bench so as it doesn't make those horrible rustly noises. Editing is the way forward, Rob. You know what I mean. You've got to edit these videos. You've got to edit them, mate. Unless you're doing live streams, editing is a pain in the neck, but if you don't do it, it definitely shows. Right. That should have got rid of all that acid. I don't know if it's worth getting this board off while I've got this far and just double checking that there's nothing wrong with this keyboard, microprocessor board. Just using the air to dry it out. Being that the keypad's just dropped off anyway, I think it just unclips. Let's just try it. It's definitely worth popping out while we're here. I don't think there's any screws in it, is there? Is there any screws? No. I'm just going to give this the once over then. I've got a bit of corrosion in there where I've just sprayed all that stuff. Let's just give that a once over. Because, you know, it could be something on the microprocessor board there. They need signals in order for them to allow the radio to start up. So there could be problems on this board, you just never know. Hopefully I haven't got that in the tactile switches, because that will stop any radio working if you get stuff in the tactile switches. There's a little bit of muck around here. Clean that up. Looks like that capacitor is just acting as like a memory capacitor. Right, let me just get the microscope onto that and have a look. Yeah, nice radio, Chris. As we'll see in a minute when we fire it up and hook it up to an aerial. Right, I'm just going to have a look over the board. Now you can sort of have a look with me if you want. There we go. There's nothing dodgy looking underneath here. Looking mainly on the edge of the board, that's dried, I think. I don't even know where I am. Anyway. Just give that a wiping over with some isopropyl, because that did look a bit sticky. Could be electrolyte. You just never know. There's not really any other components on there. So look at the other side then. It still looks a bit. Yeah, it does look. I mean, this white stuff could just be their old flux residue. I don't know. But obviously I've given that a clean with some isopropyl. But it wants another clean, doesn't it, by the looks of it? I'm looking for any sort of corroded tracks. See, it's surprising how it spreads, isn't it? Because you can just about see, look, these little tiny dots here. That's where corrosion's got see that? I think this white could be conformal coating maybe that's got affected, I don't know, but no, it looks alright. I'll put a bit of solder mask back over that just to protect it. Factory solder blob. That looks pretty corroded, but that's just this lead-free solder that is. It's a bit mottled. I'm definitely going to give this another clean before I put it back together. But yeah, I can't see any breaks. Put a little bit of solder mask where I've just scraped that, a little bit of corrosion back, but that seems to be the only bit of corrosion that was on this board. Just there, which seems a bit weird, doesn't it? Yeah, just there. A bit random, isn't it? Just that one bit of track there. That was it. In fact, I'll probably just hit that, you know. That's actually a lot smaller than it looks. That's a lot smaller. So. Another clean. Coating pan. tell you what, these block up for pastime, these conformal coating by these soda mass pens. There we go. Now where was that bit that I scraped back? Can't see it. I can't see it with the naked eye. I actually can't see it with the naked eye. Where is it? Oh, I can see it there. Okay, that's that done. That was just with this conformal coating pen. MG Chemicals. Got a black one because it's a lot cheaper than the green one. Does the same job. Give the display a little bit of a clean, then let's put it back together and see if it still works. Better. Alright, let's see if we can stick this thing back on. It's got locating pegs on it, or it just sits on there. Just sits on there, I think. Yeah. Let's give that a spray. There's a little bit of dust on there, is it? No, it's not dust. It's some sort of muck. Okay, right. We've got to get these boards back together into this frame. That one sat Where are we? Sat there, I believe. Let's get that vinegar out of the way, because you can bet your life I'm going to knock that over in a minute. Okay. Stuck me that way around. We both went in nicely. Let's get the wires out for the ferrite. Nice. Alright, let's push the ribbon back in. Ah. I hate these ribbons. Alright, that's in that way. Fully home that way. Excellent. Speaker. The wires have got to go down through that gap there. Do you mind shut out? Bit of muck in there. That looks like potentially a bit of battery acid, but I don't think it is. I don't want to put any isopropyl on it because it'll release the glue. Okay, that's that bit done. Solder the wires back on. So we got speaker. We got our wires for our ferret. Someone's at the door. What's the bet? That's someone for me. Oh, it could be parcel. So we got yellow. That's green. Black. Natural. I just decided I would put some solder on that, so I better get that off. Is it going to work now, do you think? Have we cured our potential intermittent problem? Let's get rid of the flux. Right, let's drop that into there. Put this bit back on. Go on, there we go. Yes, he's in. Right, a little bit of debris in there. Get rid of that. Right, screws. I think maybe I did loosen it last time, you know. I'll have to watch a video back and see if I did loosen those screws, because it certainly doesn't look like anyone else has undone them. Normally you can tell if someone's undone the screws. Joe, how you doing, mate? Have I got an SW55 in for repair still? No SW55s in at the moment, thank God. I've got an SW77 that's a bit poorly. I've got a Pro 80 that's a bit poorly. 2 radios I've not been able to fix at the moment, but I don't give up. As long as people are patient with me, I do tend to get them done. Even if I've got to put new components out of one of my radios in, I normally get them sorted. Right. Will she or won't she? This is the question. Will she or won't she work? Let's give that a case a bit of a clean. Yeah, it's a very late edition. It's the very last sort of like world band receiver that Sony ever made. So it's sort of, they should have known what they were doing by now, shouldn't they? Well, they did anyway. Look at that, that looks absolutely like brand new, that does. Right. Will it work? Let's have a look. Everything's on, fine tune, AM mode normal, volume. Haha! What's going on here? It's not working, look. How strange. It's not working. I was convinced that would work. I was convinced that was going to work. But it's a no. Damn. The tension. Wow. Let us just pop the power out. I reckon it could be a dodgy transistor, you know, right, that one that I touched. So either that was a crack on the board, but I couldn't see anything like that. Easy enough to get apart, mind you, so. And all our power supply components seem to be on the back of that board. So let's put my finger in that area again. How strange. Let's try the power supply, because you never know, it might be that jack socket. Not going to get another one because I can't get any Sony spares, because they only sell them to people in the States. Okay, well, we're back to square one. What? I am trying batteries, Rob. This is what these leads are, mate. This is the battery. Dear. Yeah, this is the battery equivalent. Right, it's not going to do it now, is it? Let's have another look then. Just when we thought we were going to be finished. Once again, Sony has thrown us a curveball. Let's once again check those voltages. So we should have more voltage. So I got different voltage here now. It was our 3 volt there. No, got nothing there now at the moment. Now, can I reach around and push that button? Where is it? That's up there. So I'm going to have to sort of balance this. Ground. Oh. It sort of tries, doesn't it? Let's check the input. What's the input? I don't know if that's me wiggling around. So I'm testing the voltage regulator, look. So as I push a power switch, nothing. Okay, coming back then. So let's try the collector of this again. So we should have our voltage set on. Okay, got the probes the wrong way around. Let's try that again. Five 5.9, 5.5, 0.48. Okay. Not going to do it this time, is it? I'm trying to find a ground nearby so I can hold both the leads together. .47, so no. I wonder if it's that thing there that's gone. I wonder if it's that. So the voltage is not going through the collector of that transistor. Yeah, no issues with the ribbon cable, JJ. That's solid as a rock. It could be that that was on the cusp. I don't know. Let's just check that on diode mode, that transistor then. A diode there. And there. Let's reverse them. there. It's strange because that did jump up. Look, it's almost like I've charged something and then discharged it. That is acting really strange. Let me just put that back on there again. Well, we haven't got our voltage on the base of that. You might have to go. Cheers, Martin. Remove and test the transistor. The problem is that it's so tiny, I can't get the blooming tester on it. I need one of these little tiny testers. Let me have a look then. So our power is coming in there. Goes through to TO5. Now it's a diode that way. So it's coming up through here to Q224 and 225. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful switchy stuff going on here. Let me just show you let's make sure I'm on the right screen. Okay, so this is our power coming in. This is our positive terminal here coming up through. We've got a little bit of filter in there with C274, which we've changed. It comes up and it hits Q224 emitter and also the emitter of Q225. Well, we've got that voltage on both. But we need to switch probably the base on to allow that to go. So it looks like, what is this thing doing then? This Q222. It looks like that is acting on the base. It's also acting on the emitter of this one, is it? Or is that not connected to there? No, it's not connected to there. That comes back. What is that doing? That's coming back down through here, back to that capacitor. 1B, 2B, so it's a double transistor by the looks of it. So we must have to have this switches on to send power to the base to switch the collector on, and then we're going through another one here. Hell. We're going through another one here, and we're going through all this network here as well. Ooh, okay. Let's have a look at the block diagram. Simplify it a little bit for us. See what all this lovely goodness is doing for us. Okay. So we've got Q224, which is a B plus switch. Q222 and 225 and 223, and then we've got our regulator. Well, we know that we're not getting our voltage to our regulator, so it's got to be one of these three, surely. 225 seems to be ohming out okay, although it's doing some weird thing. I can't test it that great in circuit. And what's the bet in these Q21? What have we got? 222, 224, 221, Q222 is this thing. And that's got multiple transistors in one package. Let's come back here. It's like a double transistor package down here, Q222. Two, two, three. I don't know what that's switching. So we know we haven't got this voltage here, 5.5 on the collector. That is not there. If we had that, then it would fire up, I'm sure. So I don't know whether this one's got to operate first to switch this one on, to switch the base on. I'm not sure. So collector and emitter, we should have a diode reading across that. Shouldn't we? We should have a diode reading across that. Well, we've got a nice reading now because I'm actually got live. That's not good. Well, we have. I wonder if I've just shocked that into life again. Let me just connect that back up again, because I'm getting a diode across it now and I wasn't just now. I wonder if that's sprung it into life. No, it hasn't. Wow, it's a mystery. Let me just have a look again, and we'll check the text in a minute, just in case everyone's shouting at me, Graham, no, you fool, you've missed it. So, yeah, we definitely haven't got the voltage there, so we've got it there. And we've got it there. So we've got it on the base, and we've got it, so if we've got it on the base, that should switch that transistor, shouldn't it? Surely, unless it's connected to this one, you know, and this one is the issue. I don't know. That's grounded. 5.9. I've got a feeling that Q225 could be dodgy, but If I pop it back on diode mode and go from emitter to collector, that way nothing, other way, there's nothing again. What is going on with this radio? What is that? A 2SB815. I don't expect I got one of those, but you never know. Oh, I have. 2SB815. Would you believe it? So I must have had an issue with one of those before then, maybe. Let's swap it out and see. You know, what's the harm? What is the harm? Because that is where I was poking before and it sprung into life. Let's give it a go. It's not reading right, because one minute it's reading as a diode, the next minute it's not. It's like intermittent. I don't know, I might be barking up the wrong tree. I might be totally wrong. I should be able to heat that with it on there. That shouldn't be an issue. Let's get in and out quick. So I'm just going to heat this up with the it's right underneath the speaker, so it's gone. If I can get you in a bit closer. Out from there, so I'm going to just clean the flux off the board, or the solder off the board even. So for this I'm just going to tin one pad. Now I'm going to drop the component in there. Let's get the old microscope on it just in case. I'm sure it'll be fine, but you know. It's easier for me to solder it with the microscope than it is with the naked eye, although I can do it with the naked eye, but you know. I might be able to get you in on the situation as well a bit better. So hopefully you can see, let me just double check. You can see. Well, not quite. Oh, actually, yeah, you were pretty central. There we are. Oh, just drop the tweezers now. This particular transistor, there must have been another one of these Sonys that I was working on that was an issue. There we go, let's got that one. that one. And that one. Bit of a clean up. What does that look like? Very nice. Okay. So check to see if the on-off button itself is working. The problem is it's all put through the microprocessor, Rob, so it's very difficult. A link to the schematic. Now, I'm not sure where I got that schematic, but according to my thing, it's according to my paperwork. If it's gonna photograph. Radioamateur.eu. Whoever that was. I've printed this one out, Tim. I'm pretty sure I did a search for it. Right, okay, is this cured it? No. No, it hasn't cured it. Let's just try the battery. Wow. I was convinced that would sort it. Let me double check the voltages again. I was sure that would have sorted that. Unless it's a dodgy dodgy transistor, of course. There is that issue. Oh, well done, JJ. Let's have a look. Let's go again, ground. I need to be able to hold the two together, really. Jam it in there. Then I need to be able to push the button. No. So I've got my voltages there. I mean, the only other one in that circuit is this other. Now let's have a look at the voltages around that other one then. Anthony, how are you, mate? Let's have another look at the schematic here. So this is where we're missing. We haven't got 5.5 on the first collector. We got, well, it's a little bit high, the voltage on the base, really. It's 5. Where is it? Let me have a look what the voltage was on the base a minute. Voltage on the base. That's the base of it. So the voltage on the base, oh, it's 5.5, okay. And 5.9. So it's slightly high, but that's nothing. Fine. So we've got basically the base and the emitter voltage. Then we're looking at Q225 at the moment, but the collector, we've got sort of 0.9 at its rate, because a 0.09. Okay, so it's basically nothing coming out. But I'm just wondering whether this is our problem here. So we should have 5.4 on base 1 and 5.5 on base 2. So let's go back to the picture. If I can find it. Base 1 is the middle and base 2 is the other side. Comes off of R255. Base 1, base 2. Okay. So the middle pin either side. So, well, there's no middle pin on the other side. What are you going on about? I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at this. I need to be looking at this one over here. So, first base is the bottom, second base is the top. Surely. So 5.9 on the second base. I mean that looks like it's grounded on the base itself. Unless there's a gap in there, but I've got no voltage on it. Let's have a look. It looks right in the naked eye. Okay, no, it's not. Okay. So hopefully you can see through the microscope. See if I can focus it. So you can see Q22. So according to the schematic, if I get it out, I'm switching between screens and I've got the schematic right here. So according to the schematic, we should have, if we find the right schematic, base 1 we should have 5.4. Obviously we haven't got anything on base 2 because there's nothing coming out of the transistor. Let me have a look here. So that is a base, and I mean I don't know whether you've got to have the switch depressed to measure these voltages. That is the base, and that is the base. We've got a voltage there. Let me see if I can clip one of these leads on a minute, so keep messing about trying to do it two-handed. Let's clip the thing off. You can't see this at the moment because I've got you under the microscope, but okay. So I'm probing the bottom base, which is base 1, which is this pin here. Nothing. If I push the power button, nothing. Base 2 is there. 5.9 volts. Okay. I hope it's not this one gone, because I haven't got a clue what that component is. I very much doubt whether I've got anything like that. It's a shame it's not that other one. Dodgy mic to prop that up a minute. Let's just cut that back again. So I need to find the emitter, and the emitter that's collector. So the emitter is the center pin on this side, and I should have on the emitter 4.9 volts. That's this pin here, coming off of this resistor here. I've actually got 5.9. Okay. So I've got 5.9 on the emitter and 5.9. That would point to this being shorted, wouldn't it? So if I've got the emitter and the collector at the same voltage, hang on, the emitter and the base at the same voltage, collector 5.5, the second collector 0. I think that one there could potentially be the problem. Q222. How could we test that? Because that, according to this, is XN150. No, XN1501. XN1501. Yeah, so this one down here, Q222. So my emitter and base are identical in voltage. I've got no voltage on this second base, but that looks like that is switched by this transistor here, which isn't switching on anyway. So it's like a chain of nastiness. Oh, it could be, where's that getting its voltage from? It's not coming from there. Well, it's coming from straight from the battery. I just wonder whether this one's got anything to do with it, Q224, but that is linked up to the emitter there. Well, we've got voltage on the emitter. That's coming up, collector. It's a mystery. I mean, I've got some random stuff here, but there's no way that I have got one of those. In fact, it's potentially something that is unobtainium. XN1501. Have a look. Panasonic semiconductor. So let's just pop the power off of that a minute then. Let's go on to diode test. I'm just looking at the schematic of that particular component. So pin 4 is the emitter, so I should have a diode between the emitter and collector both ways. Now I never know which way around to put these leads, so let's just check. Where am I? This one. Would help if I switch a meter on. Yes. No. Yes. No. Sorry. Yeah, I haven't got a diode there. I've got a short between the base. I've got a short between the base and okay. Let's I've got a short on this one between the base and the collector. Where are we? Q222. That's not a particularly good picture, is it? Q222. Yeah, you can see it there. It's marked 5R. Look. So if I put my meter on diode mode between the base, which is this one, and the collector, that's a short. Plus I haven't got anything from the emitter this side. I've got a diode there, but I've not got a diode there. Nothing there. So it looks like that is our culprit. Whoa. Wow. It's showing up from China. Well, I've got to get one from somewhere. Let's have a look. Can I download that one? One. So this is that transistor. Look, let's just get it bigger. Well, that's a transistor. Can we get it bigger again? So basically this is the base, both of these are bases, that's the emitter, and both of these are collectors. If you look down here, this is the picture of it. So I'm getting a short between 5 and 1. Unless there's something in the circuit that's causing that. Maybe there's a low value resistor between it, or they're both connected to ground. Could be both connected to ground, I suppose, but I don't think so. Oh, hang on, no, the base and the collector are connected on one side. Ah, damn, that's that theory out the window then. But saying that, we definitely haven't got a diode, unless that's because that's connected to there. Yeah, this might be why this is reading funny, you know. Yeah, I've got a feeling that that is correct. Where are we? Let's find my schematic again. Yeah, I got that wrong, I think. I thought I found it then. Oh dear, where are we? Yeah, okay. Some of you may have already spotted this, but yeah. Our base and our collector are shorted on this sidelet. So I've got no diode from there to there. Maybe that's because that is connected to the base as well. So yeah, I have got a short there. Damn, I thought I'd suss that then. So that's just acting like a diode, isn't it, really, on that side? So I'm testing between the emitter and the collector on that side. I'm not getting anything. So I'm getting it on that side, but not that side. Is that because it's connected back to the base? Probably. Yeah, I may have answered my own question there, look. Yeah. Don's off. Catch you soon, Don. Q233, Bob. Of course, mate. 233 or 223? 223, this one down here. Oh, these confuse me a little bit because they've got the resistor in there, like a digital transistor, aren't they? Well, I don't seem to be having anything on that one, Bob. Interesting. So Q223, the emitter's connected to ground. I should have 2.9 and 0.1 on that. Oh, thanks, Ricardo. Let's try Q223 then. See if I can connect my meter up here to see it. Okay. So let me see which way round this one is. We seem to be going round in circles here, don't we? Well, I am. You lot aren't. You're just here for the ride. Okay, so the collector is that one. Emitter is grounded. Right, you can see the meter, can't you? Yeah, I think you can. Let's turn my microscope off. Might be able to see it a bit better. So the collector, I'm supposed to have 0.1 on the collector. Oh. Well, that changed when I pushed that button, look, didn't it? Supposed to have 0.1 on that, but I've actually got 5 point, hey? 5.9, and then I push the power button. Excuse me, that's me not being on it properly. 5.9, then push the power button. It does drop down. Okay. It's worked that time, look. It's not working without me touching it, look. If I put my probe on it. Wow. Okay. Q223. How strange. Q223 is a DTC144TUA. Now, I've got a DTA114TK, but I haven't got a DTA114TUA. This puts a bit of... See, I just looked at it funny then. So I'm just spraying some freezer spray, well it's not freezer spray, on that one. So it seems when it's warm, it's working. Hit it with some freezer spray, it stops. How strange. Okay, so I haven't got one of those. I have not got one of those. But let's just try the old reflowing it, see if that makes any difference. Let's just try reflowing that. Switch you over to the microscope. I don't know how well you can see, but I can see it myself, but I'm really zoomed right in, so just in case it is a bit of corrosion on one of the pads. Well, to be fair, there is a bit of muck coming out from there. Let me just see if you can see that a minute. Yeah, you can just about see it. Apologies, but it's like zoomed right in. A bit better. So it's just drying up after I've cleaned it with isopropyl. Let's cool it down. Let's see if it'll work now I've reflowed it. Yes, it will. Will it stop? Yes. I mean, it could still be that one beside it. The problem is I can't really. Yeah, I'm not convinced still. I just don't know. If I touch it now, it's not coming back to life. Let me just touch that one beside it. Let me just put a bit of hot air on it then, let's try that. Just 100 degrees, not very hot. Yeah. It's cooling down, it's going off again, that. How bizarre is that? So I think it is that one. It's definitely one of those two. That's strange. How are we going to isolate it? It almost seems let me just have a look back under the microscope at this again a minute. So we're looking at Q223 and we've got Q222 right beside it, look. So let me just poke it. See, that was this one that I just touched. Nothing's working now. I wonder whether it's worth reflowing this one as well. That's definitely something to do with one of these two. This one's changed now, so it can't be this one. That's brand new. What do you think? It's a mystery, isn't it? I have a pretty stern look at times. Yeah, so it's 0.4 volts now. If I sort of heat it up, just that little bit, it kicks back in. But I'm not sure which one it is that's heating. Let me see if I can put my other soldering iron on very low and just touch one. So 160 is the lowest this soldering iron will go. It's my old soldering iron. Let me touch them one at a time and just see if one of these kicks off then. Not that one. Not that one. What? Well, that's... You think... Seems to be that connection. Okay. Let's pop that transistor off and have a look at the pad underneath. This is getting interesting. So I'll put the temperature back up again. I wonder if we got a broken pad there. What's going on with that transistor? Oh, it's being magnetised by the speaker, isn't it? Of course it is. That's a bit strange then. Right, let's clean those pads off and have a look, just to see if we haven't got a broken trace underneath. I mean, I did reflow that. How strange. No, there's no broken pad under that. Let's go in mega close. No, it's not broken now. Right. Looks fine to me. Can't see any issues there. So that is the collector, that pin. Oh, it's going to be a pain in the neck now because it's being magnetised by the speaker, isn't it? See that? It literally won't, it wants to go back to the speaker. Great, okay. Let's solder this one back on then. Let's go with that pad first because that's the ground. That's a nice heat sinky pad. Okay. Move it along a bit. Okay, resoldered, fresh leaded solder now. Let's try again. Oh, it's gone again. See, is it this one that I'm touching? Doesn't seem to be, does it? Because when I touched... When I touched the collector with a hot soldering iron, nothing happens. How strange. What is going on here? It's got to be that, isn't it? It's got to be. Q223, you still think the Zener is not conducting? The Zener's down here. I mean, D204 is not a Zener, is it? Or are we looking at a different component? Oh, the D207, okay. D207, right. Now, my microphone is all in everywhere now, so apologies for the crackling now. Before you say anything, I'm doing this. I've still got a dodgy mic lead because I've got to skip to the loo again. That's the trouble. Another beer inside me, and it's skip to the loo time. So how can we check the Zener? I mean, it's intermittent. Do you think we're putting a bit of capacitance in that's kicking the Zener into life? I don't know. It's a mystery. It's definitely in that area. Oh, we're definitely in the right area. Right, hold me a sec. Okay, on my way back. Now, I mean, I have got another transistor I could try in there, but I need to make sure it's the right configuration because it's one of these digital transistors, isn't it? It's a DTC 144 TUA. No, it's a different configuration, I think, than the one I've got. Drill a hole in the case and tell whoever to stick a finger in it. I think that's a good idea. My stream's doing some weird stuff now as well. I mean, my finger's sort of adding capacitance into it, isn't it? There's no ceramic caps in this area, is there? It's all resistors, isn't it? Let me have a look. I can't really prove it's. Yeah, I can't really prove it's that. That's definitely it. So frustrating. As soon as I take my finger off of it, it's stopping. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's just that. How strange. How am I going to do this so as I can isolate that? I wonder if I can put like a bottle top over. I'll try as I can because I'm going to short it. See, that's hotter than my finger, but I mean, this is only set to low. I've got it set to 100, and now all of a sudden it's not kicking in. So it's like some sort of capacitance that I'm adding in. So heating it with that, it's not working now. Yeah, if I put my finger on, oh, it's quite warm now. Let's just cool that down a minute. Let's cool that down. See, I can see the consumption, I can see the ampage climbing. It's only 0.07, but How do I isolate this? This is getting strange. Yeah, I did check the broken tracks, Rob. Yeah, hot air isn't waking it. It seems to be my fingers. I've just tried it with hot air now and that doesn't seem to be kicking it off. Yeah, because I mean, I'm not pushing on the board, I'm just literally resting my finger on top of that. But I'll do it now, is it? So if I put pressure on the board, it's not moving the consumption at all. Nope. So I'm putting sort of pinpoint pressure on the board, and that's not making any difference. But if I just rest my finger on it, let me just check those resistors there a minute. Let me just check those two resistors, because there's a couple of resistors there that are right by that. Whether me touching it is bridging the resistor and making it kick in, maybe the resistor is the wrong resistance. There's two resistors just there as well. So the ones I'm on about are these two here. This one and this one. So oh, hang on, I took the power off, am I? I'll do it now. What's going on? Has it just died? Oh, okay. I wonder if it's just those there. So I'm just touching those resistors now. Nothing's going up, it's just touch that one. Nothing's rising, it's just touch that one. Nothing's rising. That one. No, it seems to be I've got a touch. It's a mystery, it really is. Hang on. Well, if I short that one, that did start it. But it's not now. So we'll look at the value of these resistors. Let's have a look at the value of those. Ricardo off. You think it's a trace or broken via? Yeah, I would accept that, but there isn't any vias there. You know, there isn't any vias in that area. You know, we've got a via there, but that's nothing. That's just a hole in the board, nothing connected. Same with that one. That's not actually a via, it's just a hole in the board. These are all grounds. And, you know, I can see the traces here. There's no breaks in those traces. There's a little bit of corrosion on that one, but not a problem. Yeah, a little tiny spot of corrosion there, but it's not enough to break the track. I say, I did bridging that seemed to bring it to life just now, but it doesn't seem to be now. It's almost like that as a switch there. I don't know. How strange. A micro break. Well, where though? If I go in really close, you can see where I've just scraped that away there. You might be able to, I don't know what you can see actually at the moment. It is still powered up. Yeah, you can just about see where I've just scraped that away, look. You know, that's sort of like making a connection between those 2 points. I can't do it with that because it's too can I short it with this? .222 anyway. Let me just see what they're measuring in circuit. .222 is 2.2K, isn't it? .16K. 2.16K, so yeah, they're both okay. I just don't know. It's very strange, isn't it? No, it's not doing it. Let's try it. Yeah, it's like I'm adding a bit of capacitance into this circuit here somewhere, and that's what's making it connect. I don't think there's anything on the other side of that board that would coincide with that. I think it's all through, is it through hole stuff on the other side? It's a real mystery, isn't it? I don't know whether to go ahead and change that on the hope that it's that that's causing it, but it seems to be all this whole area. It seems to be a bit of a meteor finger. I've got a funny feeling that's this Q222, you know. Yeah, it's difficult to know which one of those it is. I could take Q22 off, Q222, see if there's any issues with the pads on that one, because you know one of the pads is a bit blobby there, but it doesn't seem to go anywhere. You know, Q222, 222. Yeah, the base, that second base is literally doesn't go anywhere. It's just a blank pad that lines up and joins the collector. So it's just a link, really. So we know that that's joined. So it's literally joined directly underneath that pad. I haven't reflowed that one, have I? Let's reflow that one. Oh, so I don't think I've reflowed it, have I? Doesn't look like I have. I have now. I tried to start. It sort of jumps up to 4 milliamps, Yeah. 5 milliamps, 6 milliamps it kicks in, you see. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Mouser and DigiKey have Q223, do they, JJ? Thank you, mate. Anybody got Q222? As I say, I can't see any potential for a micro break. I mean, it's possibly that via there maybe could be an issue, but that one just there. But it looks pretty good to me. Doesn't look corroded, none of these do. Yeah, how strange. So you push the button and the ampage jumps up, but not quite enough to fire it up. It's not drawing enough current to kick it into action, but yet me putting my finger across it seems to increase the current draw. Once it goes up past 0.5, 0.05, it kicks in. Something smells nice downstairs. Mrs. Cruncher's cooking up a storm. How strange is this problem? Let me just have a look at the schematic again, just to see if there is anything. So Q223 is a switch 222 and 225 and 224. And 224 is back here. Don't seem to be affected. Really interesting. Really interesting. But what the hell is it? It's got to be one of those two components. It's got to be either, but the trouble is you can't test them because they're intermittent. So it could be Q223, it could be Q222. I mean, I've changed Q225. Did it make a little difference? We're not getting very far here, are we, really? So we're back to the schematic. So we know that this collector voltage is missing. Just trying to think where the hell that's coming from. So we clearly need to get 5.5 volts to this in order for it to fire up. I could bridge that and that would work all the time then, wouldn't it? But I don't think the power switch would operate then. So somehow this has got some sort of connection with the CPU to power the thing on. So it must just interrupt this just that little tiny bit in order for it to switch on. But I mean, these are static voltages, or to assume with it switched on, aren't they? You know, it's allegedly switched on at the moment, but I've got to put my finger over the top of it to bring it on. Some added sort of capacitance in this area. Unless this one here just ain't right. Maybe I've got this one in backwards. You know, it's possible. Got another capacitor over here, which is linked to this Zener. DTZ13B. Again, I don't think that's something I would have. You know, I've got a 200 milliwatt 15 volt Zener, but I haven't got a clue what Zener that is. DTZ13B, is that a 13 volt Zener? I don't know. That's just doing some sort of regulation, is it? Oh, I don't know. Let's get the chat back up so as I can see what you're saying as I'm doing it. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Aaron. No, it's only 2-layer board, Joe, if that. Yeah, it's just a 2-layer board, it's not multi-layer. Yeah, I think you're right, JJ, but it's fun, isn't it? I think it's the conducting of the fingers, although when I did sort of toast it with air earlier, it did sort of kick it into action, didn't it? But it doesn't seem to be doing it now. You know, heating the board now doesn't seem to mimic the fault. It's almost like it's getting worse, you know. I think it is Q223. I'm pretty sure it is, but you know. I don't think it's thermal though, I think it's... If I lick a finger, I think it's Q222, you know. Because if I roll my finger onto Q222, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but if I get you under the microscope, you might be able to see it. So if I put my finger on Q223, look, nothing. If I roll it over to 222, put it back, it almost looks like it's Q222. It could be combined with both of them, you know. How strange. I'm going to take that board back out because there's a possibility that there's something underneath that's reacting as well. I just want to see what's directly underneath that board. Yeah, I just want to see what's directly underneath that board. Something's not right. Gotta have patience, haven't you, eh? For this sort of stuff. It's lovely. Get out of there, you nasty thingy. Alright. Let's pop this board back over. Just want to see what's directly underneath that pad. What is directly underneath there? See, nothing. There is a wire there, but it's not connected to anything. Literally, there's nothing underneath that. That's just where the speaker goes. That is just where the speaker goes. And we'll look at the wires there under the microscope, but there's no corrosion on the wires. They've got conformal coating all over them. You know, the only stuff that's come through is on the through holes. I'm just looking, it's in that area there. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it could be a via. There are vias in that area. Oh, hello. Not enough memory to open this page. Oh, we're not doing that again, are we? So my chat's disappeared. Let's just get my chat back up again. Okay. As 224 okay as you have those transistors. I've got a DTA 114TK, or the other one I changed was a 2SB815. Let me just check the schematic. Oh, I see what you're saying. 224 was the same one. Yeah, but the 223 is the one that's to do with the power that goes over to the switchboard. The dreaded switchboard here. You know, that ribbon looks absolutely pristine. No issues there. It is a mystery, people. It is a mystery, but I'm going to have to get a couple components, aren't I? I'm going to have to get a couple components and see if I can't fix that. I just wondered whether there might be a capacitor or something on the other side of the board that was causing it, see? I'm checking that my cap's in there okay, which it is. You know, we've got another cap there, but that's nowhere near it. It's all in this area. Yes. It's a mystery. M0ONGO Mongo. You have more than one Q22 in the radio, maybe swap them if you have no parts. Yeah, good thinking. I wonder if there's any other radios that use them, because I have got a spare board. Oh, hello, that's messed up my microphone. Sony spares. Sony spares. What is this? Don't think this is clever enough to use those. No, I've got 7600. Is that 7600 or is that a... Yeah, that's the old 7600, which is a different board altogether. Don't think there's any of those on there. No. But good look at the Q at 216 and 211. 216 and 211. Let me just double check, make sure I haven't got any boards with those in. Okay. I'm just looking at this board now. This is a slightly nearer 7600. Now I've got some. Well, that's a 6-legger. That's a 6-legger. Okay, what's Mongo saying? Q216 and 211. Where the hell are they two then? Well, hang on, there's one over here. Q211. We could give that a go a minute. We've got nothing to lose, apart from time. Get off. There's an awkward fly in here. Again. Turn that off. I think the really persistent ones are horse flies. Right, let's take this one off here then. Q211. I'm not sure what the function of that is. It's probably power into another part of the board, but it would prove if it's going to power up or not, wouldn't it? Let's give that a try a minute. Good call, Mongo. I didn't think there was any more on there, but there clearly is. Let's try it and see. Let's take our existing one off first. Turn that temperature down a bit, we don't want it quite that high. Let's see if we can pull 211 off. You don't want to come off. There he is. Let's put that down for a second. I'm going to see if I can solder this one on with a hot air to save a bit of time. Okay. Pull it down a bit. Get my chat back. Hang on, lost my chat. Lost my chat. Lost my chat. Right, last ditch attempt. Typical wire code, wire. Oh, cool. Just prick my finger then. Okay. All nice and clean, yeah. Go on, you went in there fine just now. Don't do this to me now. Thank you. I'm not going to worry too much about the aerial wires for a minute. That's that, that's that, that's that. Okay, well, no. No, still doing that. So it's not that then. So is there another Q223 in the set anywhere then, Mongo? Will I get this one back on? That's still the same. Come on. Just put that one back on then. Q208 and Q204. I test things. How are you, mate? Q208 and 204. As long as they're not in the same area. Q205. Q204. Q204. Q204 is quite close to the plastic bit there, so let's just pop that off. Actually, no, there's some. Going to put some fresh solder on this because I did struggle to desolder the other one. Right, I'm just going to lift off Q204, which is the other one. Don't drop it, Graham, for God's sake. Oh, of course, this is this silly one that's magnetized, isn't it? Oh, you crazy thing. Yeah, this is the crazy magnetized one. I'll tell you what. That's so difficult to solder because it literally will not, it wants to stand up all the time on the board. Like, it doesn't want to go down flat. I think I got it. Try again. Cool it down, it might be a bit hot. No, still doing it. How strange. Let's put that other one back on there. That is strange. So I've just swapped those over. I'm going to assume they're working. This is getting crazy. Something is Very strange with this board. Something weird is going on. Still, there is something in that area that just ain't right. Something is just on the edge. I don't know what it is. Let's reflow those two resistors. Although they seem okay, but you just never know, do you? You never know. Anything's worth a go. This is going to be it then for now. Reflowed that one. Q225 is changed. 224. Let's reflow that one as well. There's literally nothing left on that in that area that I've not changed. Strange. Right. No. You know, maybe we're looking in the wrong place. Maybe we need to be looking on the processor board. Maybe it is something to do with that signal going up to the microprocessor. I don't know. How strange. Well, that is going to be it for tonight. I keep getting these things where they're not done. You know, it's like I'm nearly there but not quite. It's so strange. I just don't know. Pass. Can't win them all, people, but you know, we try. But that has just got me foxed. I can get it to work holding my finger over the board, adding some sort of capacitance into it, but going all over the board elsewhere, I can't get any. Same with Zaka, same with the mains power. It's just a mystery, so that's going to have to be continued, isn't it? What on earth could that be? Somebody somewhere will know what that is, but I just can't work it out. So if anybody's watching, they're not subscribed, then hit the subscribe button if you would. But more importantly, send me a message and let me know what you think it is. I'll pop my email up on the screen for you. If anyone's got any ideas, let me know. Oh, well, I should have been there as well. How do we get the banner? No. Oh, I can't remember. I used to do this now. There we go. Oh no, it's Patreon. Well, Patreons, you can join my Patreons as well. There we go. So if anyone's got any idea what that could be, then drop me an email. Any suggestions, something we could try, or maybe we'll have another look at this next week. As I say, I've got problems with an SW77 at the moment that's got no FM, which I'm going to have to try and deal with in the week. I wanted to get that done last week, but it just didn't. It just wouldn't do it. And I say I've got the broadband being fitted. The fibre being fitted next week as well. So all good. Right, let me just catch up with the final bit of chat. Low energy today. Aaron's off. Cheers, Aaron. Thanks for the tips there, though, Mongo. That was, I just didn't think of looking around at the board, to be fair, but it does prove, doesn't it? You're a pink cake cat, not a bunny. Ha! Done lawn mowing, Paul. Still not. No, I can get it to work with the finger. If you give it the finger, it works. Yeah, it is a cliffhanger. You know, next week we're going to have to try a few more things. Lack of proper beer. Could be. It could be, Martin. Yeah, interesting fault, isn't it? It's a real head scratcher. No, it's not movement, Rob. I've proved that by really pushing hard all over the board. There's no break in it anywhere. There's not a break. I'm either putting extra resistance into it with my finger across components. It's just on the borderline of not working. Thanks, Bob. Cheers, Derek. Derek, you might have some clue what it could be. You are a Patreon, Chris, and I thank all my Patreons. If it was easy, it wouldn't be interesting. I know, Richard. If I just switched it on and it worked, it wouldn't be no fun at all, would it? Cheers, Anthony. Cheers, Mongo. So thanks, everyone, and thanks for your help and suggestions. But anybody got any other ideas, then just let me know. So cheers for now, and have a good one. And if I don't catch you before, I'll catch you next Sunday. Bye for now.